million housing unit deficit through affordable mortgage financing. India's cabinet is set to review proposed relief package aimed at exporters impacted by recent 50% tariffs imposed by the United States. The plan developed by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry includes collateral-free loans and subsidized interest rates to ease liquidity pressure. Funding will come from the 22.5 billion rupees earmarked in the February budget for export promotion. The US remains India's top export market, but the steep tariff enacted over trade barriers and oil imports from Russia have made Indian goods less competitive sectors. Sectors like textiles and jewelry are expected to suffer the most. Exporters have reported losses of up to 30% in US shipments and are pushing for currency conversion relief and shared tariff burden. In addition, the ministry is exploring new export markets in Africa and Latin America. Support from diversification may include assistance with branding, packaging, warehousing, and compliance to cushion long-term impacts and reduce reliance on the US market. The United States dollar remained stable on Wednesday as investors looked ahead to upcoming inflation data expected to shape the Federal Reserve's policy direction. With signs of cooling in the job market, analysts anticipate a measured rate cut to support economic momentum while maintaining investor confidence in long-term stability. Despite global tensions, financial markets have shown resilience. Equities remain strong, and the dollar continues to attract steady demand, supported by the currency's safe haven appeal. The Swiss franc also gained slightly, reflecting cautious optimism amid international developments. Looking forward, upcoming inflation reports and positive signals from global trade talks could pave the way for balanced monetary easing. Market analysts highlight the FED's opportunity to reinforce stability and growth, ensuring that policy shifts are aligned with broader economic recovery goals heading into 2026. Thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I'm Moyosore Adebi. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages with the posture of the ink.
Understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance.
An important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings.
At Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakonde ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakonde established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakonde was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakonde was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakonde, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Soyinka. Born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of
Welcome to Just Africa, the show where we explore the forces shaping the continent's progress and the challenges that often go unnoticed. Today, we turn our focus to Nigeria, Africa's largest economy, and its new tax regime. Taxes are often seen as a burden, but when structured wisely, they can drive investment, innovation, and sustainable business growth. The question is, will Nigeria's new tax policy unleash entrepreneurship and innovation, or will they place yet another burden on businesses already struggling in a tough economic climate? This is Just Africa, reaching you live from Lagos, the tallest building in Nigeria. I am Olumide Shokoya. I have Omevi Idolo. So glad to have you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Olumide. Good afternoon, Lagos, Nigeria, Africans, and to everyone watching from any part of the world. Welcome to Just Africa.
Tax, Nigeria's new tax. You know, it's quite interesting. While some people are saying yes, it's a good one. Some people are saying no, and it's from most people's analysis or from most people's opinion, I think it seems to favor the less privileged, or it seems to favor the average man more than the elite or the rich.
You think so? You know, most Nigerians, the moment they hear the word tax,
yes,
it's stress. It's government again. They want to take money from our pockets. They want to make our businesses to go this, to do that.
Yes.
You know, that's how people hear tax. So, you know, most Nigerians need a certain kind of orientation to make them understand that tax is not all about taking money away from you.
Yes.
And another reason people are so scared of paying taxes in Nigeria is because most of them feel that I do not have anything to gain from it. We do not see the effect of paying tax. No roads, no lights, no, you know, just yesterday, someone still made that statement, why should I be paying tax, or the tax I'm paying? But talking about the new tax regime, it's something I feel personally that the government is trying to make it easier for people. You know, many people don't even know that the previous regime, tax regime, is like a fishing net that holds businesses together, but there are always holes in it. So you pay for this, you pay for that, you pay for VAT, you pay for different taxes that some people don't even know about. But right now, the government is looking for a way to see how all those different taxes can be put into one. And, you know, once you pay, you know you are done paying. Instead of local governments coming for their own levies, you pay for that. This one will come for it. No, so that is it. For me, I feel that will help businesses to grow up.
Yes.
What do you think?
Well, I think one of the things I like about this new tax regime is digitization. It's we're moving into the digital. We're trying to digitize all our systems. So we're merging everything into the one. Yes. Now the FIRS will now be changed to NRS, Nigerian Revenue Service. So, which is actually a good one, and they will be in charge of collecting all the taxes, and it's going to be merged, and you have a digital tracking system whereby inflows of people's accounts will be monitored, so you cannot escape it. You cannot come and say you make 100 million, whereas you're making 500 million.
Yes.
Everything would be monitored. And you know, moving into that digital world is a situation whereby you don't have to really necessarily go to the office anymore and be you know, processing so many documents and all that. It can be done online.
Exactly.
That's one of the things I like. And also, one of the things I like is the exemption of people, businesses making less than 100 million naira. they are exempted. Also, workers earning less than £1 million are also exempted. So that's why I said it kind of like favors the average man.
Yes.
You don't have to worry about so many things. Also VAT was also taken off some certain food items and all that. That is actually a good one. That is, to me, I think the government is actually listening to the people. They are seeing and they are also responding back to the burdens of people, because tax is one of the things that people feel we are not seeing it.
Yes.
If you look at the United Kingdom, they pay a whole lot of tax, but they are seeing it.
Yes.
They are seeing it. The food is cheap. A lot of things. They have access to so many things there. As a citizen, you have access to so many things, loans and the rest of it. So you're actually seeing what your tax is doing.
Yes.
But here we feel like, we're just paying tax. The roads are not good. This are not that. We don't have stable power and all that. So many things are happening. And you wonder, and that's why sometimes when you get stopped by an law enforcement agency, some people will be like, why are you talking to me like that? I pay your salary.
That's it. Then again, some businesses, just as you mentioned rightly, some businesses, small SMEs are going to benefit from this new tax regime because they will have the strength to be able to employ more people.
Yes.
Because by the time you're not paying, so just as you said, businesses that are not making so much profit, they've been exempted. So which means that by the time they put their money together, they'll be able to employ some persons, which means which means you are taking more people from the labor market.
Yes.
You understand? So the businesses will grow, and again, innovations, new things, like you said, technology. So many people don't even know that with this new regime, from the comfort of their home, they can do all that, all that they needed to do. So innovations, more innovations are going to come up as a result of this regime. So for me, I'll beg Nigerians to really comply with whatever the government is doing. Talking about the cost of food, removing VAT from so many foodstuff, we make people to have access to good food. You understand? You will be able to eat as you like. Because currently, I can categorically tell you that yes, the prices of food stuff in the market has actually gone down. To some extent,
Kudos to the government for that. Now, Nigeria's 2025 tax reform aims to support business growth, simplify tax administration, and promote innovation. Now, the key highlights include exempting small, medium enterprises earning below 100 million from major taxes, reducing corporate tax from 30% to 25% by 2026, merging levies into one development levy, allowing 5% R&D expense deduction, taxing digital and multinational firms fairly. Now, the goal is to ease business costs, attract investment, and modernize Nigeria's tax system. So we'll go on a short break. We'll have a special guest waiting and ready to go. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with Just Africa. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Just Africa. If you are streaming, make sure to like, comment, and drop something. We'd like to hear your thoughts on whatever topic we are talking about. We also like to get feedback. So today's topic is Nigeria's new tax regime for business growth and innovation. Joining us to unpack this robust topic is Chimamanda Augustine. She is a corporate and commercial lawyer, head of finance and economics unit at Police NG. So glad to have you on the show. Chimamanda, can you please unmute your mic?
Hello, thank you so much, and thank you for having me on the show.
Welcome. So let's begin with the basic. Now, what exactly is different, about this Nigeria's new tax regime, and what is it designed to achieve?
All right, so the primary goal of the new Nigerian tax reform laws, essentially there are 4 acts, and the goal of each of these acts really is to first consolidate, harmonize all of the multiple tax legislations that we have in Nigerian space, and more specifically to ensure that compliance for taxpayers, whether this be individuals or businesses, and even the administrators, the tax administrators, that it's easier for taxpayers and tax administrators to fulfill their tax obligations. So really, that's the primary goal of the tax reform, the 4 tax acts. Yes.
So to ease and merge everything together. So I think that would take away some form of corruption, tax burden, overtaxing, and the rest of them. But, you know, one of the things that when you mention tax to an average man, it's almost like you're just taking. That's why I asked that, what is this tax? Because a lot of people say that this tax, people don't often see what this tax is actually doing. But we also know that, you know, in some states are trying, you know, once these taxes are remitted back as revenue allocation, states get it, and it now depends on what the government decides to do with it. But in your own definition, how would you say, what are the benefits of tax or this new tax regime?
Okay, so one important thing with the new tax regime is it seeks to make compliance easier for taxpayers. So individuals and businesses now have every tax that they are obligated to pay into one single document. So they're able to define what their tax obligations are. It's very clear, it's very straightforward. So compliance is easier for taxpayers. Another important thing is for the tax administrators. So we're seeing that the Federal Inland Revenue Service, which is a federal tax agency that administers tax in Nigeria, will now be renamed to the Nigerian Revenue Service. But it's not just a change of nomenclature. So what we are seeing is an expansion of what their authority and their powers would be, clearer provisions on how they would indeed administer this said tax. With the new tax regime, essentially what we're seeing is compliance will be clearer and it'll be easier. There's also the focus on digitization of tax administration. So we're seeing sections and provisions where tax administration would focus on using digital platforms, invoicing, VAT fiscalization to make compliance easier. There's reduction for small businesses. So this new tax regime really just focuses on compliance for taxpayers and its administrators, and also incentivizing growth for the ecosystem, for the economic space. And it's doing that by reducing the tax obligations or liabilities of small and medium-sized enterprises.
All right, thank you, Chimamanda. First of all, I want to tell you that you look beautiful this morning. So I want to ask, why should the small business owner or a farmer or maybe someone whose business is not very big be concerned about this tax regime? Why should they be concerned about it?
Okay, so I think they should be concerned because this new tax regime changes really taxation as we know it for Nigerian businesses, whether they're in the informal or formal sector, or really just individuals. So if you earn money, whether you earn a salary or you own a business and you generate income, you should be concerned with the new tax regime because it ultimately changes how you will be taxed. So if you were being taxed higher in the current regime, this proposed regime is looking that you may be taxed lower, or you may in fact be taxed higher. So you should be concerned because you need to know how it impacts you and to ensure that you are compliant with the legal provisions. So I would say for a farmer who is probably not in the formal sector and they don't earn salary, their farming is their business. I would say they should be concerned with this because they are still mandated or required to pay tax as an individual. So this new tax regime changes the personal income tax that individuals pay. So in the current regime, what we have is known as I'll give an example. So your first 300,000 naira that you make is taxed, right, at a certain percentage. The next 300,000 naira is taxed. The next 500,000 naira is taxed. That is what is in operation right now as we speak. But the proposed tax law that seeks to take effect from January of 2026 says that your first 800,000 naira is not taxed, right? So as a farmer, if you're earning below that or you're earning above that, you need to be aware, how does this new tax affect me? Taxation is not only for the big companies or for the or for people in the formal sector, people that wear their ties and their heels and go to work. It's really just for every adult that earns money, whether that would be a business or they get paid salary.
So how do we communicate this information? What you said right now is very, very important, but how do we communicate it to the ordinary citizen, or the, let me not use the word ordinary, to the average Nigerian out there that needs this information so they don't run away? The moment they hear tax, our government is coming and they're already thinking of how to boycott the government officials or whatever it is that, whatever means the government will use to collect their tax. How do we communicate this important information to these people in its simplest form that they will understand?
So it's twofold. The first is on the government using its agencies to relay this information, these new changes as they come. The second would be on private citizens, whether that be companies or really just concerned Nigerian individuals, to be up to date and be abreast with these new developments and to share with their network as much as possible. But primarily the responsibilities on the government. And I want to believe the agencies in charge, the Nigerian Revenue Service, and really just any agency in charge of this, would make public awareness a priority, right? Whether that be going into our markets, on radio shows, on TV, or showing on newspaper, any media channel that they have, really sharing this information in a language that the general populace would understand, not just in Queen's English, but also in Pidgin, if it can be broken down into the Nigerian languages as well. People need to be aware as to what these changes in the new tax regime will do for them as individuals, as taxpayers, and even for their businesses. So the primary responsibility is on the government, but then concerned Nigerian citizens, media houses, private organizations are also enjoined to take up this responsibility of keeping the public.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Chimamanda. Let's look at the bigger picture. Tax regime can shape where investors put their money and how innovators scale their ideas. So how could Nigeria's tax structure influence innovation sectors like tech, manufacturing, and even the creative economy?
Okay, that's an important question, because we're seeing that this new tax regime could definitely make Nigeria more attractive to investors. But it really all just comes down to how well it is being implemented, because what we have now is really just a tax document, right? We have the law on our side, but then implementation is really important. That's what the executive arm of the government. One of the biggest complaints foreign investors have had is that our tax system is too complex. We have too many tax laws. There are too many agencies taxing companies. There are too many places that their money goes for taxation. But then what this new reform did was to combine all of these old tax laws and put them into one singular tax code. And it also introduces invoicing and digital reporting. So what this would look like is that compliance will be simpler and faster. And because it is simpler and faster, and because taxation is certain, would see a lot of foreign investors want to invest in the Nigerian space, in the Nigerian ecosystem, whether that be in tax, that be in manufacturing, that be in agriculture. But then another important thing that this tax reform has done is to change the incentives for businesses. So we currently have tax holidays, right? Pioneer tax holidays for certain industries or majorly companies. But what this new tax reform is looking at is what we call the economic development tax incentive. So for companies and also for investors in sectors like manufacturing, mining, technology, agriculture, renewable energy, they will qualify for performance-based tax credits. So if the company creates more jobs, if he exports products, if he builds local capacity, if he builds the Nigerian economy, they qualify for tax credits. So they will get certain reduction in tax, and essentially they will pay less taxes. This is opposed to what we have in the current system, which is essentially just blanket holidays that we're giving to companies. But now the new performance-based incentive is looking to reward based off of impact and not just what you promised. There's also clarity on cross-border rules for cross-border transactions. So if you work with a lot of clients abroad, you have customers based abroad while still working serving Nigerian clients, the rules are designed in such a way to avoid double taxation. So you don't get to pay taxes on services and on products you've already paid in Nigeria, and then you pay it abroad as well. So this is one of the things that the laws have done. And another important thing, it also closed some of the loopholes that existed in the current system. So because we had a fragmented tax system, we had different documents, different taxes, different agencies handling different things. Because now everything has been put together into one, we're seeing that a lot of loopholes, spaces where companies and corporations would evade tax have now been closed. Certain transactions and deals and activities are now taxable. A good one is the crypto space, NFTs, digital market, creative sector as well. For remote workers, for instance, who work in Nigeria but earn abroad, their taxes, their income is now taxable. So we see the law trying to close that many gaps while also encouraging investment for certain sectors. So yes, but the real test really would be on execution. How well can all these big plans be executed? If enforcement is inconsistent, compliance will be difficult, and foreign investors, whether foreign investors or Nigerian investors, will hesitate to work with the new tax laws. But so really, execution is the key. But what we have on paper is good and it's solid. The framework is strong.
All right, thank you very much, Chimamanda. I wanted to ask two questions in one. You just mentioned something, education is the key. So how do we get people to understand how this tax really works? Also, in follow-up to that question, a tax system is only as good as how revenue are used. So how important is transparency and accountability in making businesses trust their taxes, trust that their taxes are fueling growth and not corruption?
That is a very multifaceted question, because it looks not just at the legal aspect of things or the business requirements. It also ties down to the trust that is expected or that is being given to government agencies. So it looks more as to government accountability. I think what needs to be done really is that Nigerians, through the various public agents, maybe not public agencies, but pressure groups, ensure that they fight corruption by speaking up in the ways that they can. Really, there's no legal aspect of things that would ensure that, because that's not the way tax works. Tax doesn't say if you pay 10 naira on 10,000 naira that you earn, that 10 naira will be used to probably design the road on your street. That's really not how tax administration works, right? Essentially just says you are obligated to pay certain amount to the government, and the government is a social contract, and the government is then expected to use that said amount to fulfill all of its promises. Now, when the government renege on these promises, the responsibilities now will still fall back on the citizens to hold government accountable to those promises that government has made to them, right? But we cannot for certain say that for every 5 naira you give out of the 5,000 naira that you earn, it is used for these specific purposes, for this, to handle these specific situations. But we can, as a collective, as a population, as a country, continuously demand that we see what government really is doing with taxpayers' money. So when government is lavishing our money on private jets or just obnoxious budgeting, and they're not reporting and they're not giving accountability to the Nigerian people, we must hold accountable the public officers that we have elected, whether it's the local government, the state governors, right down to the 001 on the seat, which is the president, to demand to see what taxpayers' money is really being used for. But really, that's how the tax system works, just to put that in perspective.
All right, thank you, Chimamanda. So, some people worry that even while the government has said that there is a new policy on tax, and to make it easier, some persons believe that sometimes there are still hidden charges that people do not know about. But the government has a way of getting those taxes out from people, hidden. So the questioner is, what's major, or what can people do in place? What can the government put in place? What can individuals do to make sure that this policy, it is not just another paper policy, but it is something that is actually going to be working in favor of everyone in Nigeria?
Okay, so that's an important question, because the tax reform we see now is coming straight from the federal level, because the federal government, in the three tiers of government system that we have, handles a specific type of taxation. So the government can only legislate on specific types of taxation, right? There is still the power of state government to also make specific tax. That's why we see sometimes that a certain tax, after you pay tax to the federal government, you still be required to pay another type of tax to the state government. So it's important now, first, for state government internal revenue services to align their new tax laws with what has been provided in this new tax reform from the federal government. I think that will go a long way to really bring to light all those charges that are considered hidden. They seemed hidden because individuals really did not know from what law or from what documents they sprung up from. But now that everything is in one document through the federal government, we can now all see, right? And then for the state government, what they can do, in fact, what they should do, and I think a lot of state governments, state houses of assembly are already working towards that, is to ensure that their new state tax laws align with what the federal government have provided. I think that this will go a long way to ensure that individuals will not be met with what you would consider hidden charges or like hidden tax. But then, apart from taxation, there are other levies that exist in this space, in the government space, right? So we can see that banks charge a particular amount for transactions that they do. There's VAT, which is a tax, but then there are also state government levies. If you have a shop in the market, for instance, you may be required to pay weekly dues or road maintenance dues, something like that comes from the state government. So those are some of the ways, or some of the things you would consider as hidden charges. But now, really, it's up to the state House of Assembly to ensure that their tax laws reflect what has been provided by the federal government, and for individuals as well to stay abreast and stay up to date and be legally compliant with what the law now provides for them.
Okay, so do you think this new tax regime will help Nigeria to be able to stand strong when it comes to other countries in Africa, or is it possible for us to do well competitively with other countries globally?
So yes, because it ties primarily to implementation and execution. So what Nigeria is doing now is what some other African countries have already done in the past. In 2015, some African countries rewrote their tax laws to make it up to par with the current regime that we have in the world, which is very digital focused, very tech focused. So what the new tax laws have done is to bring it up to speed with what the current climate expects. And seeing this, we expect that number one, there'll be more money in the hand of government through this taxation, because compliance is clearer and it's easier, and also penalties are a bit more stiff. So if you're a company or even an individual that's expected to pay tax and you don't pay tax, for every time you default, every month you default, there's a penalty involved. And when the NRS, as the Nigerian Revenue Service, now comes knocking at your door to collect their cut of the money, you have to pay more because of those penalties. So we're expecting, also in line with more guidelines and policies provided by the service, that more people will be compliant with their tax obligations, and this will in turn position Nigeria better. So if there is more money in the hands of government because they now collect more tax, tax for more people rather. We're trusting that that money will go to good use and will feed the need of individuals in the society, in the country, really. And that will help to improve certain needs of the society, of the country, things like the infrastructure, and the like. So yes, it will definitely improve the economy, and make us up to par with our counterparts in other African countries.
All right, thank you very much, Chimamanda. What lessons can Nigeria learn from other countries, that have used tax reforms to successfully stimulate innovation? And second question, how do we capture the unbanked, the informal sector, who do not have regular bank accounts, the tailors, the hairdressers, maybe the tomato sellers in the rural areas? Is there any provision in this new tax regime to capture the informal sector?
There's conversation around providing policy guidelines to ensure that the unbanked persons are captured in the tax net. And we're looking at a possibility that before you can open a bank account, you'd have to provide your TIN. Before you can get a voter's card, you have to provide a TIN. As you have a BVN or the NIN, right? So your tax identification number will also be an important number that you would have to have. And a lot of people in that space, before you can open a phone number, before you can get a SIM card, you'd have to provide your tax ID. So if that does come into full implementation, it is for sure going to reach the unbanked persons, people in the rural areas. Because a good number of them, even though they have no access to the internet, they still use one or more internet services, whether that is having a SIM card for phone calls or opening up a bank account, even if not the traditional bank accounts that we have, maybe a mobile money operator type of account. Making the tax identification number a key part of society, we will see that a lot more persons will fall into the tax net.
All right. Also, what one bold step, should the government take right now to ensure the system works for both the state and the private sector?
The most important thing I think for government really is collaboration with agencies. So because one of the goals of this reform was to ensure that the system is not fragmented, they should continue with that objective. So they must ensure that enforcement in itself is not fragmented. One agency should not have to deal with its obligation alone and work completely separate from another agency. So government agencies really should share their data, share their processes, work hand in hand as well with private agencies. I know that the government is in conversation with some tech firms to implement and enforce its e-invoicing and VAT fiscalization platform and system. So yes, government should continue on in this process to ensure that agencies collaborate effectively with each other. Doing this, I'm positive that execution and implementation of this reform will be seamless and will be accepted by the general populace.
All right, thank you very much. So I want to ask, how do tax policies connect with Nigeria's bigger dreams, like becoming a hub for technology, manufacturing, and innovation?
Okay, great. So the way it works is that the tax reform as we have now, and also the policy guidelines that we're looking to come as this tax is being implemented, is first, what it has done first is that it has redefined some very vague or overlapping areas, provided clarity, so compliance is easier. Doing so would increase investor confidence, especially in sectors like tech sector, for instance, where we see a lot of large-scale investment in the Nigerian system. The tech sector is really that one sector that has brought that in. So what this tax reform has done is to make tax obligations very clear, and so compliance is easy. So when that is in place, we would see a lot more. And this doesn't work. solely as the only factor to consider. Of course, there are other things to consider in the country, like security, the people working, and really other general economic indicators. But what this tax reform is doing is just to provide clarity and ensure that compliance is easier.
I just want you to tell us one single change that we should be expecting. Like, this change should be the one, should be the hit. Like, let Nigerians see that this new tax reform, it's working in Nigeria. Where should we be expecting this one single change from?
I think the most important thing is on the tax rate. So for individuals, your tax liability has changed, right? If you earn 800,000 naira per year, you're not expected to pay tax. And this is an important classification because what we have in the current system is that even if you earn 300,000 naira or you earn even less than that, you are expected to pay, I think, at least 1% of your gross income. Now, that provision has been scrapped. So if you earn less than 800,000 naira a year, you're not expected to pay tax. Now, for companies, it's different. You would have to reclassify yourself as a company. In the current system, what we have is we have the small company, the medium company, and then the large company, and they were taxed differently. But now with this new law, what we're going to see is you are either classified as a small company or a large company. Now that small company classification has also been expanded, right? So now if you earn less than 100 million naira every year, you're not obligated to pay corporate income tax. You're not obligated to pay development tax, which is at 4%. You also are exempt from capital gains tax. You're also exempt from withholding tax, things like that. But then if you're a large company, you now pay 30%. So that reclassification is important. So as individuals, you now know where you stand, how much tax you're expected to pay. Then as companies, you also know how much tax you're expected to pay. There's also the conversation of VAT, right? So the VAT tax rate still remains at 7.5%, but now other products, other commodities are now VAT exempt. So you will not pay VAT on important things like food, like educational materials, baby supplies, pharmaceuticals, things like that. So that's an important thing. There's a lot really to expect, but then just know that the tax rates will change and then certain classifications or terms will be redefined. For instance, what is defined as a Nigerian company has also been changed. Before, if you were registered in Nigeria under CAC as a company, you are regarded as a Nigerian company for the purpose of taxation. But now, even if you did not register in Nigeria, say you registered in Ghana, in the US, in Kenya, wherever, but you operate primarily, your business is controlled from Nigeria, you will be seen as a Nigerian company and then you'll be subject to tax. So these are some of the important things to note, whether you're an individual or a business, really.
Very much, Chima Amanda. Finally, just two questions, and in less than a minute, I want you to answer it. From what you just said now, you said that now, before, if you were registered under the Corporate Affairs Commission, you are regarded as a business owner. But now, wherever you are in the world, so far as you're doing business in Nigeria, you should pay tax. And you also mentioned certain thing about how tax would be deducted and all that. But let's say, for instance, you work remotely. Some of these employers, they already remove their tax from the source before you get your money. Would that person, that remote worker, be now taxed again in Nigeria? Doesn't that amount to double income taxation? Secondly, what about still on the same remote worker? How would they monitor how much he earns? What if he discloses something that he doesn't? How would they be? Is there any tracking system to exactly know how much he earns? Not how much enters his account, but how much he actually earns in a month or annually?
Great. So first, I'd like to comment on the possibility of double taxation, which is what we actually have in the current system. But what the new law is looking to do is actually close those loopholes. So for the remote worker who works in Nigeria but earns abroad, and then the Nigerian company is already taxed in its state, in its country of residence, what we're looking to happen is first, Nigeria is in a lot of treaty agreements with a lot of countries. So if that exists, there's an administrative process as to how to show that this income has already been taxed, right? This will still apply in the current system. We're also seeing that there will be policy guidelines for individuals as to how to show that this money has already been taxed in this country. And so they don't also need to pay taxes on it. Either that will exist, but the most important thing is that they have to report their income, whether you are eligible, whether you qualify to pay tax or not. You must report your income. So if you earn 100,000 naira, you must declare that you earn 100,000 naira, and then you also declare that you are not liable to pay tax. So because Nigerian tax system really is a self-assessment model, you do a lot of the reporting yourself. So as individuals, we have a civic responsibility to report what we earn. And when individuals fail to do that, and the Nigerian, now going to be the Nigerian Revenue Service, gets a hold of that individual and does a tax assessment on their income, they will then have to pay more, because then penalties will be attached, right? So for the Nigerian remote worker who works in Nigeria but earns abroad, if the money has already been taxed in the US or the UK, wherever they work, it is the responsibility of that Nigerian remote worker to declare that such money has been taxed, and so it should not be taxed again. As to how government will ensure that people's income are taxed, again, that is an administrative process that the Nigerian Revenue Service will deliver. But then they already have systems that does that. There are systems in place that already do that. We're looking that these systems will be, with the help of technology, that these systems will be updated, upgraded to make sure compliance is faster and it's clearer. But then that is an area that the government is really looking to be efficient at, which is ensuring that people actually pay their taxes, and that the Nigerian agency is in the right position to collect those taxes.
All right, thank you very much, Chimamanda Augustine, for your insight. Thank you for also joining us on Just Africa.
Thank you so much for having me.
Welcome. Yes, Chimamanda is a corporate and commercial lawyer, head of finance and economic unit at Police NG. Quite interesting, you know, especially the last question I asked her, because, you know, it's quite easy to tax someone. And, you know, we have remote workers, we have a whole lot of people and all that. So I think she really nailed it. She nailed the discussion. She nailed everything.
I wish, from the last question, I wish Nigerians would be honest enough, just as she said, to report, to declare this is what I earn. You understand? So when she said that, I was like, Nigerians, okay, they are good people. I'm not saying that Nigerians are not good people. We are wonderful people, beautiful people, you know. Yes, so I believe that if they can actually do it, if they can actually say, okay, this is what I earn as a remote worker, it will be a beautiful thing. Then again, just as she rightly said, awareness is very important.
Definitely.
So, and she said something, in all our local languages, in any form, if you want to use Yoruba, if you want to use the Igbo language, if you want to use Pidgin English, whatever language it is, use it to communicate with the people and let the people know that we are not coming to chop off your head. We are just coming. We have made it easier. We have made it simpler. You cannot pay your tax with ease. And if you are not earning this, you know, communication is very vital.
Yes, communication is very vital. Taxation doesn't have to be a roadblock. It can be a springboard for innovation, investment, and growth. Whether Nigeria's new tax regime delivers on this promise will depend on how well it balances business needs with government priorities. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the second segment of Just Africa. Don't go nowhere.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue lifeblood of the nation economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to the citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helms of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FIRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not go well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, well, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
Welcome back to Just Africa, the program where we explore the bold ideas shaping the continent's growth and its place in the world. Now, on the second segment, we're stepping into Africa's creative economy, a sector powered by music, film, fashion, gaming, the arts, now being supercharged by digital platforms with streaming, e-commerce, and social media opening global markets. African creators have opportunities, like never before. So the big question is, how can digital strategies unlock the full potential of Africa's creative economy? And what growth opportunities lie ahead? Now, to explore this, I'm joined by Mojolalua Major. So glad to have you, Mojolalua. Okay, until we get him back. This is quite an interesting, topic. Okay, I think we have Mojolo Alua. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. I'm so glad to have you.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
All right. So let's start with the basics. How would you define Africa's creative economy today, and why is digital strategy central to its growth?
Talking about digital strategy and the ways in which we can explore creativity digitally, I would say if you're doing something into this world, if there is a skill or a creative thing you're putting out, and you're not putting it out digitally, and people are not saying that it's not getting visibility, it's just going to be like a mushroom system. It's just going to be with you. Nobody's going to know you do something like that. So that is how digital visibility comes in, how you have to push it out and make it visible to the whole world, because we are generally in the digital age and the world is moving so fast paced in that direction.
All right, thank you very much. Now, from Afrobeat dominating global chart to Nollywood, streaming on Netflix, African creativity is reaching the world. How have digital platforms transformed opportunities for African creators?
So, in recent times, the world has moved from the past whereby people are just doing their thing in their own time, but now it has moved to the global, even in the international, reaching out for what Africans have to give. We talk about music, when we have shows all around, Nigerian musicians are going all over. At the same time, in fashion, in creativity, in poetry, in filmmaking, we're taking over Hollywood. Like we have Nigerians actors that featuring in those places, in those heights, taking movies to Netflix and all of that. So we are definitely evolving from just being in the grassroots to the international world. So it is also important for creatives alongside to get a way to compete, to put themselves in the outside world. Thanks to the social media and how the platform have been able to expand the reach, and when you make a video, it can be reachable at anywhere, at any part of the world. So that has also been a very, very important part of pushing out what you can do.
All right, thank you very much. When we say creative economy, are we just talking about music, film, what else, fashion? Is that all we're talking? Is that all we're talking about, or it does go beyond that?
Okay, talking about creative is very wide. It's creativity, it's very wide. It has different areas in which it can cover. We have it in music, we have it in filmmaking, in art, in fashion, in poetry, in spoken words, in dance, in choreography. It's just wide. Creativity is very wide, and people explore it in different ways. And each of those things, each of those forms of creativity have their own market, have the people that are really looking forward to reach out to it. They have their ready audience all around the world. And the way it's going now, there is a part of the cultural part of it coming, like infusing a part of Nigerian culture into it and still placing it in the world standard. We have Afrobeat, we have Afro culture, we have Afro art, we have things that have a feel of the Nigerian and being a Nigerian, I'm following out, having to be a Nigerian, having to be an African, infused into what creativity is and is taken to the world. And from obvious side from what we've been seeing so far, these are things the people are looking forward to because they want the new, they want the new normal, they want the different things that is possible. They want the possibility of things that to come.
Okay, so would you say that the creative economy in Africa right now is as important as the oil sector, the agricultural sector, and all the major sectors that are considered to be very, very lucrative in Africa? Do you think the creative industry is as important as that?
In level of importance, I would say there are some that are very important and some are very it has bigger financial strengths. So when we talk about oil, when we talk about agriculture, those are like the major segment that is bringing the money. But when I'm talking about creativity, it's about entertainment, it's about what you can give. This is like bringing out the talent. As much as it's very, very productive, you can get more from it. But then compared to those other sources like the oil and agriculture, it's on different grounds.
Very much. Now, so what challenges do creators face, in monetizing their work despite global visibility?
Talking about challenges about monetization, it has always been a setback for creatives generally because um, the platform in which all of these things are done, let's talk about YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, over time there has been solutions to it. We've been having this kit maker that are making it huge in this area. We have YouTube subscribers, we have TikTokers that are really making waves in the industry. But for someone that is just coming up, there is a level of prayer, there's a level of output you have to give to be able to say, oh, you are being paid for this, or you are getting it monetized. And people don't know, some people don't know how to go about this. You want to create something, you want to push something out at the same time, you want to get um, ends from it. It does not come that easy. There's a level of so much work you have to put in, the level of knowledge, and sometimes there's the challenges of the account being blocked, maybe for copyright purposes and all of that. Each of these things are like the few challenges. The first one is the know-how. The second one is the way to compete with the few things you have, the few assets you have as a Nigerian, as an African. There are a few restrictions to how much you can do. But over time, these things has been overcome. There have been people that have been doing successfully, and information is everywhere at the same time. But it can also pose as a challenges for someone just starting up, someone just testing the waters.
Okay, so we've seen Nigerian artists trending all over the globe. We've seen local movies trending on Netflix. It wasn't so back in the days. Back in the days, the older generation will tell you that they danced to foreign music. But these days, we see foreigners dancing to African beats, African music, Nigerian music. What do you think is responsible for this change in trend?
There has been Nigerian music in the market right from days before now, right from times before now. Let's say the visibility Nigerian creative industry is enjoying now has been as a result of work that has been done over time. It didn't just start today. There have been legends that have been putting out content about Nigerian music, about Nigerian arts. I would have been mentioning like Fela, K1, Sonny Ade. They've been there over time. I think I sometimes that K1, I bet Sonny Ade got a nomination maybe for Grammy or one of these awards. So Nigerian music has been there over time, putting in the work, going on that terrain. So now that the maybe ICT, internet, and visibility can easily be earned, even post online and all of that. So it made it easy to come out that okay, this people has been there, this music, this talent has been there over time, and this is time for it to take over the place, for it to go more viral, to go more grounded. So I would say it is the work that has been done in the past and the continuous work that has been done the innovations that the creative are seeing and they're putting into their work is paying off these days. And advantageous for how we've been able to use the social media and the internet as also a tool for visibility, for dispersal of our creative works.
Okay, so another question is this. Some people see, especially the younger ones, they say the creative industry as a side hustle, not as a job. But for me, I want people to understand that we are not supposed to see this as a side hustle because it is an industry that requires talent and so many more. Why do you think, what do you think that we should do? The government or those that are in that industry, what do you think they need to put in place to make people understand that this industry is as serious as every other industry we have in our country?
So I would put these with some examples. So traditionally, it was seen as the white collar job, the traditional job, being an engineer, a doctor, an accountant, are the major works people should do. They are the things you go to school to study, and you make ends from it. What has changed? That we have people that are focused on in the area of creativity, that focus on tech, that focus on fashion. They're making it big. In fact, when we look at the list of social media definitely will put out creative as an icon, a celebrity. We know them than people that are doing the commercial work. But now, if you are still judging from what we are seeing, we'll see people that are in the creative industry tend to earn more, tend to have a befitting lifestyle, as is shown on social media, than people in the white collar job, maybe getting salaries and all of that. So the narrative is changing. We're having more people go into the creative industry and taking it as a full-time job, as like nothing else doing, just focused on it. And from obvious sides, it is paying off. So there's a need for people to wake up and recraft the narration as it being a side hustle, because you don't have to go to school to study. It does not say it is not a full-time job. And it is also how the government can actually increase the focus they give to it, give policies that will help in promoting and encouraging people. For example, policies that would help in funding for some basic requirements that are needed, how to have your products, your creative stuff not to be infringed, have copyrights on it, have it have a better way to monetize it, have a better way to push it out, and see it as a major aspect, because the way it is going these days, the narrative is tending towards creativity as a major work, not like a side hustle. Though a lot of people can see have that being traditional about it, but then over time, the way, the terrain in which creativity is seen is gradually changing. In fact, there's so much changes and dynamism in it.
All right, so the creative economy is often underestimated, just like Omevi said, yet it's projected to contribute billions to Africa's gross domestic product. So how can investors, both local and international, tap into this sector sustainably?
Let me get that again.
I said the creative business is often looked at as something of, just like Omevi said, is underestimated, but yet it contributes billions to the GDP of Africa's economy. So how can investors, that's both local and international investors, how can they tap into the sector?
Okay, I saw a documentary recently about Bill Gates working with MI to bring in a certain level of investment into music and all of that. Now, how should I put this? It's already happening. So it's not something we still look forward to happen in the nearest future. It's already happening. A lot of investors are already investing into creativity. We have international bodies that want to enter into the Nigerian market and they are bringing in investment and on it. So the one important way to be visible, to have that, is to prepare yourself for opportunity. So it's not as if you prepare for you prepare yourself before the opportunity comes. So for people, local investors or creators that willing to join that aspect, you must have to be up and doing. Have something you're doing, have your niche, have your content, have your area, have your music, have your act, and keep on doing it. So when the opportunities come, because let's say Nigerian is going to be a very viable area whereby investors are going to come. We have the population, we have the grants, we just need the resources. So we as creators, you keep on putting out your craft. When this opportunity comes, it's going to meet you ready. Because if you're saying, are they going to come? Yes, they are definitely going to come. And investors are already coming. In fact, local investors in Nigeria are already seeing how productive the creative industry can be, how productive they film the songs and everything, and the global reach it's taken. They've seen it. It's evidently right there in our eyes. So people are really investing into all of these things. So as a creative, keep on putting out your craft, because when this opportunity comes, it has to meet you ready. And yeah, that will be it.
All right. Thank you, Major. So your shoe brand, Soft Work by Major, blends craftsmanship and fashion, right? So what lessons can other entrepreneurs learn about merging creativity and commerce?
If there is something you know how to do, and there is no way to monetize this, is as good as not doing it at all. So having your craft, be very good at it. At least one thing that is always very standard, it's the quality of what you give out. Having your quality and be good at what you do, it's a very good start point. Now, how to monetize it is as important as doing the work itself. If you have the skills or you have things that are very, very important that you're doing, but you don't have a way to monetize it, it's as good as not doing it, as I've said earlier. So it is grafting your audience, and what social media and the internet has done for us these days is it gives you the opportunity to compete. So as much as a farmer is at the back of his house planting stuffs, if he can record it, make a good content about it, and push it online, the product is selling, the things is doing, has left the backyard, has entered a bigger ground for a bigger reach. And from there, you can continue to get sales from it, can continue to get visibility. That is one advantage the internet has given us, and people are really, really enjoying this. So the world is moving in that direction. Why not move alongside? So given that, it is important to actually find a way to use this internet, to use the ICT, to use the social media as a good means to push out yourself, to be well noted, to be well noticed. That is what comes into I producing fashion item, soft work by Major, pushing out your craft, putting out what you have to do. Find a way to package it very well. Packaging also matters because it is how they say the business. That is the value that will be allotted to it. So packaging your business, branding it, get your logo, get your design, get your stuff. Make sure it is very, very good looking, and push it out to the world. Be like, give it visibility, have good content about it, and push it out to people to see. With that, you're going to be making use of your products, your skills, and monetization will comes in, and that's a win for you.
All right, thank you very much. Now, in your training, you teach mobile editing and content pillars. So how do these tools empower entrepreneurs, in rural, underserved communities?
All right, so it's in line of the initial thing I was sharing. So I discovered over time, if you look around in our economy, we have people who does business, people who have skills, people who have things they are doing, they are everywhere. Before you ask somebody, even as a graduate, one way or the other, they have a skill that they have. And now it is also very important to push out these skills to people. And the problem that used to be there is some of these people does do this thing and nobody knows about it. Or maybe it's just their circle of friends that are patronizing them and all of that. So it is giving them a tool to compete with the global world. So you know how to do this very well, and you're sure of what you can do, and you're sure that if you put this to the world, it's the quality itself have the tendency and the strength to compete. Now, how do you want to make people see these things? That is where the training comes in, training them how to record your stuff, how to edit it, make it befitting, set up a good social media account, and post this thing, be consistent with your post. You rank, you get more visibility, more impression, more clicks, more message, and that's in directly converting into patronage. Before you know, you're making moves, you're making sales. So it is important to know how you want to do your thing very well because quality matters. I always emphasize on that. But once you have the quality, the next thing is let us show you to the world. What do you need? You need to be able to know how to record your stuff and put it out there. That is where the social media comes in, and it's a very, very good part. It's an innovation that people in the past do not really enjoy as much as we do. So it is me, I say, training people as giving them a tool to compete with the international world, to give them a tool to compete globally.
All right, so you have coordinated international campaigns involving creators from multiple, continents. So what does this say about Africa's place, of course, in the global creative economy?
African is we are not more in the shadows. We are now in the limelight. Like globally, they see our craft, they see what we can do. They know that there's so much coming from this area. So they don't want to defile themselves or devoid themselves of having the opportunity to be able to benefit from what richness African is giving. So having international world working with African creative, it's something that is taking place already. It's happening so rapidly. Now, the experience over time working with international brands has given me an insight into the uncertainty that is expected, and they need that that different vibe of what has been the norms. They want to have a mix of this and that to give us something dynamic. So it is them coming into the African market to check out what talent, what creativity is embedded in these people. How can we bring it to the global world? And now that is where preparation meets opportunity. So working with that, we had series of African creative and international creative come together. Well, the project was about having a Black history come into place. It was around celebrating Black history. So now, how do we want to celebrate Black history without having Black being part of that project? Area things are going. There is the Afro culture that is taking the rise in the industry. Now we need people the global world need the people that really knows about these things and who knows more about it than the people the origin themselves. So it is no longer a news that globally Nigerians creative are very relevant. It has become a norms. Everybody knows about that. So it is just getting better at what creatives does all around, getting better at your craft, just learn more, use AI when you need to use it, upgrade, upskill. If you search online today, you see a lot of tools that will help you get better at what you do. It is not that AI is taking your job, but it helps you to optimize it. So I'm sure in the nearest future, there are some offers that will come to you and you have the clause of having to know how to use AI as part of the clause that you must be able to know how to use this AI because that is going to be the norms. So start practicing that now, start pushing that into what you need to do, includes the artificial intelligence into your craft. The world is coming, globally is coming. There are a lot of unique dynamism that is inside the African creative industry, and those things they really need to be explored. Now, so when you prepare for that, the global visibility will come, and before you know, it's the big bang.
Very much, Major. You are a filmmaker, storyteller. You also agree with me that African stories, African movies, and the African continent generally, especially the young ones, we've been stereotyped to be bad people. Let me use the word, because the younger ones have been every young Nigerian now is into Yahoo, and when we tell our stories, they still believe we are still witches and wizards here in Africa, when we are a very good set of people. Africans are beautiful people with beautiful culture. As a film maker, how do you hope that we can use, with the help of technology, innovation, AI, and social media and the likes, how do you think we can reshape this narrative so the world see us in a different light?
I'll make reference to one of my favorite movie, and that is Black Panther. So it gave us a view of Africa in a different shape. When you look at the internet, in recent times, when you are seeing something like African, you see people that are hungry, you see people with pot belly, you see people with maybe kwashiorkor or something like that. It feels like Africa is seen as a village, as a part of the world, but then it's changing these days. Films like Black Panther shows us that there can be technology that can be used in the 21st century that feels like the futuristic part of what Africa can be. So that movie brought in culture, brought in an African culture, brought in our blackness, and brought it together with technology. Now, those are the narrative I like to go with. Now, so it's like pitching the Nigerians' idea, pitching the African ideas to the world in a different perspective that we have moved. This is not the way you should see these things. We see movies that I love the fact that Nigeria produces animation. We have films like Iyanu. We have a film there was this Iyanu. Yeah, it's brought in African myths together with technology. There's a movie like there was this lady, it's a small girl and the father, and they built a technology like a lizard robot. I'm trying to remember the title now. Now, that is one way whereby we look into bringing African culture how it is together with technology. Now, changing the narrative of what it feels like. They believe, maybe there is a general belief that young people are into yao, like the majority of them, the numbers and all of that. But as it stands, I believe in using creativity to give the world a different shade of what African is. That's always been my area of specialization. I like to bring in culture, bring in the Afro culture together with what the world can see, and changing the narrative that we are better, we can do better, we have much more in us. And thank to the creatives that have been doing that in time past, and it's like a continual and a joint effort. You know, when these things get so loud and it's saturating, then we begin to see the major leap in how the world sees us to be, how they perceive African to be. The narrative is changing. There are a lot of good eggs. There are a lot of good eggs that's changing what the initial perspective is. We are seeing the Nigerians in Africa as creative, are people that are good getter, are people that are ready to bring in the difference, are ready to make the difference. That is happening already. So, as a continuous effort, it is very important to also stick with that idea, that vision, to relate African craft to use African craft to change what the world perceives, because it is a very, very noticeable way to do that. It is the most vibrant way to do that. the social media, the internet, bringing those ideas to change the narrative. It is one big way, to music, to art, to films, to generally creativity, arts. Creativity is a very, very viable way to change the narrative, and that is a continuous work that is going on.
Major, I understand that you're very passionate about the Black history and culture. As much as we want to appear modernized to the rest of the world, there is still this very important aspect we need to talk about, which is preservation of our culture. We need to do that. So the question is, how can creatives preserve culture while we appear, while we appear to be the modern words to the audience and the rest of the world?
So it is also very important to maintain the culture, because definitely civilization is taking so much away from Nigerians, from Africans. Now we are trying to blend with what the world perceive it to be. At the same time, we still need to retain what we stand to be. So there was this work I did some times ago that was pitching our deity as what the Nollywood or the Marvel universe sees as superheroes. So it's like saying a deity like God of Iron as Magneto, as saying maybe God of Thunder as Storm, saying, putting all of these things together, looking at what they do, the superpower, and putting alongside. Now, there's a part of doing it like that to make the world see that as much as you have yours, we have our own, and this is way we can bring it out. Now, in that direction, having a movie that brings in the gods, the deity with the superpower, and bringing it out as a franchise to maybe create a narrative and a story about them to push it out. Now, that has been a work I saw in one of these novels I read recently. But then they're seeing it for us to preserve this culture by including civilization, technology into our beliefs, into our culture as Nigerians, to push it out. Now, they've given us the narrative of what they are like. We have the likes of their old stories, their myths, and what it's said to be. This has been into stories, it has been into films that we are seeing. Now, it is also important for Nigerians to preserve our own by finding a way to put these things together, putting our belief with technology. And one important part is there is no how we want to stick to our culture. If we do not use technology into it, it's going to become obsolete. Because we ourselves, there's a need for us to evolve, but still retaining what we stand to be, still retaining our identity, still retaining our culture. But there's still need for involvement. We still need to evolve. We still need to mix and stay where the world is. We need to go in that direction, because if we do not, it will be obsolete. Now, the important part is that as much as we are evolving, as much as we want to match up the standard of the world, the creativity globally, we still need to retain our culture. So it is incorporating the two together. The futuristic science, the futuristic technology together with our idea, that makes the difference. And that is one thing the world is looking forward to.
All right, thank you very much. Now, you mentioned one critical thing, comparing Marvel heroes, to what we have in Nigeria. And I also am thinking in that line. I mean, looking at Shango, who is like the god of thunder, lightning, fire, and justice. He was one of the most feared and respected Orishas. And according to some people, or according to Yoruba mythology, he was once a mortal king, the fourth Alaafin of Oyo. So having a film, it is capital intensive. It's quite capital intensive. I mean, if you look at the franchise of Wakanda Forever and all that, it was a big franchise. So if we are to toe that particular line, don't you think we need a lot of investments and all that? And it's not even about the writers. We have beautiful writers. It is just bringing in the capital. And if you look at the film industry, it is booming. So where can we go from here? Let's say we have a writer somewhere in Oyo who wrote a beautiful story about Shango, or somewhere in Ogun State, and he wrote a beautiful story that needs to come alive. I mean, how can we encourage not just local investors, but international investors into this kind of franchise?
So I would say this. I wrote a number of scripts and stories that has to do with bringing in Nigerian culture, our beliefs. There is a story about Idapati Roku that looks like the normal Nickelodeons that children watch. When you watch Nickelodeon, you watch Coco Melon. I wrote something about Idapati Roku. These folk tales that we listened to, they were like patterns to how we lived, how the moral lesson it taught us. Now, every child there is listening to Coco Melon, you are hearing Nickelodeon. Why can't we create our own? Yeah, we have the culture, we have the stories. These things are very wide. The number of Idapati Roku that I have stored in my head is episode and episode and episodes. In fact, we may not finish exploring it. So I wrote something in that line to bring in content for children. But then, being a Nigerian and being an upcoming at what it stands, you need capital. These capitals are not very, very available. Now, the good part of it is AI has come in, and there's a way whereby you can think big and start small. And one beautiful thing about the AI and artificial intelligence these days is it is very, very acceptable even in the global world, because the extent at which it can go is wonderful. I was exploring Nano Banana on AI by Google recently, and I was shocked about the things I could achieve for me. I was like, wow, this is beautiful. Now it is also using the resources we have at hand, what we can lay our hands on to bring this thing out. Now, talking about a franchise like putting in a Shango as a god and writing a story about it, making it a superhero that can do a lot of things, write a lot of episodes of missions to it, and relating it to what our culture is. Now we have the times of old Oyo Empire. Those are the times those people, those deity had their full stance. Now there's the colonialism and religion has entered into the sex, and people don't really look at it in that direction. But now, if you're looking at creating people with superpower, I cannot bring Spider-Man to Lagos and say you want to come and see people in Ojota. Though it's a form of beautiful story, but come on, we can do better by putting it in the old settings and finding a way to bring in technology into it. It's going to be very expensive, definitely. Now, this is the area that I want our leaders and investors to see. Now, we have our creative, we have beautiful story writers, a lot of stories in my draft. And many people's job that are there. And when you listen to this, when you check it, you know it's definitely going to blow. It's going to be like a big wow. Now, investors will look into this, create avenues whereby people can come out and pitch their ideas. If we listen to people's ideas, to the ideas people have stored with them, you will be surprised, like, wow, you have these ideas and it has not yet seen the light of the day. How come? Now we need platforms, we need organizations, corporations, investors, hearings, pitches that would allow creative to come pitch their ideas for investors to put in. Now it is wanting to have the ideas, it's wanting to have the finance or the capital to push it out. It is a very, very tedious part of the creative industry, having funds to push out your big, beautiful ideas, to push it out to the world. It's a very, very difficult part of it. But now, I will still say for creatives that really have those burning ideas and you want to push it out, there is nothing stopping you for using the AI and the tools you have. Maybe you gain visibility with that, and it can be like a standpoint for you to now bid for higher things, to now make it into a movie or a bigger on a bigger scale, something that will eat the market big. Like the example that I gave earlier, there's a movie like Mikolo that put in a futuristic like a dragon together with some kids, and that was a very beautiful movie. The second one like maybe Iwaju, yeah, Iwaju, and there is Yanu, all of those things. They're like they use AI, they use VFS, they use animations to bring those things to life. Now, if you want to build, if you want to make it to be like real life actors and actresses go out into sets and start shooting, that is going to take so much more than it took doing it with your tools, with your applications to bring it to life. So yeah, I believe that thinking big and starting small also has to do with the DIY tools you can see, you can use around to bring your beautiful ideas to life. And from there, it's going to give you more visibility. And investor will have more confidence that, okay, we've seen you doing this. We've seen the beautiful story you can bring out. Then we can be committed to giving this so amount to support this dream, to support this business, to support this idea.
All right, thank you very much, Mojolua Major. You have been very brilliant. Thank you for your insight and powerful thoughts.
Thank you very much.
All right, the creative economy is more than just entertainment. It's business, identity, and opportunity. So with the right digital strategies, Africa's creators can not only capture global attention, but also build sustainable industries at home. Thank you, Mojola Lua, for your insight. And thank you for watching Just Africa. I am Olumide Shoboya. See you next time as we continue to ask the big questions shaping Africa's future.
And I am Omevi Idolo. Many thanks for watching.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in a proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. That's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. Clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it. without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place. And it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They've got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. the coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. You know, they're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play, back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, for, you know, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need...
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That, I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. You know, it has nothing, we have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, you know, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that, you know, has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions. You'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sport. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things. and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both male and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where did they come from? Nowhere. So now you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. And I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, You don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the seniors, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after, because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. To strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really sincere, first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths, and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. You don't see. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily, one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him, being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Yeah, it's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of the Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent gets back to competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons, or the group of persons, who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England, and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners there, not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content. And you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they are still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now, for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. what were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them who will watch Nigerian league. I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine, defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent as by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work. For the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Here are the headlines. The federal government of Nigeria has announced a new policy reserving all road contracts valued below 20 billion naira. The Tinubu administration has introduced reforms to reduce the tax burden on Nigerians. Ghana's economy grew by 6.3% year-on-year in the second quarter of 2025, according to the Ghana Statistical Service. India's cabinet is set to review a proposed relief package aimed at exporters impacted by recent 50% tariffs imposed by the United States. Nigeria's chances of qualifying for the 2026 FIFA World Cup suffered a major blow after the Super Eagles were held to a 1-1 draw. The federal government of Nigeria has announced a new policy reserving all road contracts valued below 20 billion naira exclusively for local construction firms. Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, disclosed this during an inspection tour of the Eleme-One dualization project in Rivers State. This directive aligns with President Bola Tinubu's mandate to sustain all inherited road projects under the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited's tax credit scheme, with priority given to projects along critical economic corridors. Senator Umahi emphasized the government's intent to prioritize funding for key projects already approved by the president. He warned contractors against substandard work and delays, particularly the practice of leaving roads incomplete after applying binder courses. The minister set a firm deadline of December 15, 2025 for completion of ongoing projects, warning there would be no extensions, cost revisions, or additional claims. In a bid to enforce the Nigeria First policy, Umahi ordered that only Nigerian firms be considered for smaller contracts, stating that any violations will be referred to anti-corruption agencies. He also condemned the damage caused by heavy-duty trucks on federal roads, pledging to work with state governors and the police to eliminate roadside parking that weakens national infrastructure. The Tinubu administration has introduced reforms to reduce the tax burden on Nigerians, focusing on fairness and economic relief rather than imposing new levies. The chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, explained that the changes are designed to simplify taxation, ease pressure on businesses, and provide greater support for workers. From January, individuals earning 100,000 naira or less monthly will no longer pay personal income tax, a move targeted at protecting low-income earners and going beyond the minimum wage threshold. According to Oyedele, this measure ensures that more Nigerians have disposable income to meet essential needs while contributing positively to economic growth. He added that middle-class earners making up to about 1.9 million naira annually will also enjoy significant reductions in their tax obligations. Only high-income earners will face slight increases as part of a progressive structure aimed at equity. The reform, he stressed, is about building a balanced tax system that encourages productivity and wider participation in the nation's economy. The Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, and the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, have reaffirmed their commitment to deepen interagency collaboration aimed at enhancing Nigeria's tax compliance framework and increasing public revenue. This renewed partnership aligns with the federal government's broader strategy to reduce revenue leakages and ensure greater accountability in the tax system. In a recent engagement, the executive chairman of FIRS, Dr. SOUQ Adedeji, emphasized the importance of coordinated efforts between both agencies. He noted that strong institutional cooperation is vital to maintaining financial stability, deterring tax evasion, and encouraging voluntary tax compliance among individuals and businesses across the country. The collaboration is expected to result in improved information sharing, joint investigations, and enforcement actions targeting tax defaulters. It also signals a stronger resolve by the government to strengthen public confidence in the tax administration system by ensuring transparency, fairness, and accountability in revenue collection processes. The Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has summoned all domestic airlines to a crucial meeting in Abuja to address growing concerns over frequent flight disruptions, passenger dissatisfaction, and unresolved compensation claims. The meeting is scheduled to hold today, Wednesday, at the NCAA headquarters. This was made known by the Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, Michael Achimugu, via his verified X, formerly Twitter handle, on Tuesday. Achimugu stated that the NCAA has invited all domestic airlines to a meeting in Abuja slated for tomorrow, Wednesday. The meeting follows a wave of complaints from air travelers about persistent delays, last-minute cancellations, and airlines' failure to honor compensation obligations. These issues have triggered public outcry, with many passengers demanding stricter regulatory oversight and enforcement of consumer protection laws. Aviation stakeholders view the meeting as a necessary step forward, restoring order in the sector and rebuilding passenger trust. It is expected that the NCAA will emphasize compliance with operational standards, improve communication between airlines and customers, and ensure that affected passengers are adequately compensated in line with existing regulations. Nigeria is estimated to have lost about 509 billion naira in trade and customs revenue between 2015 and 2021 due to maritime disruptions caused by vessel arrests. According to a recent report, data from security operations showed that 333 vessels were detained within the period, reflecting both strong enforcement efforts and the persistence of maritime-related crime in Nigerian waters. The report highlighted that while vessel arrests are crucial to safeguarding the nation's maritime domain, they also generate unintended economic consequences such as trade delays, port congestion, and reduced customs collections. These disruptions, it noted, weaken investor confidence and reduce the competitiveness of Nigeria's ports in global trade. To address the challenge, experts recommend stronger interagency collaboration, clearer guidelines on vessel detention, and faster legal processes for prosecuting maritime offenses. They stress the importance of balancing effective security enforcement with policies that support smooth trade facilitation, ensuring Nigeria harnesses its maritime sector as a reliable driver of revenue and investment. In a continued show of commitment to the welfare of senior citizens, the administration of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has disbursed 1.52 billion naira to 798 retirees of the Lagos State Public Service. The payment was made through the presentation of retirement bond certificates to beneficiaries. The bond certificates were handed out during the 110th batch retirement bond certificate presentation ceremony held at Alausa, Ikeja, on Monday. The event saw the physical attendance of hundreds of retirees who gathered to receive their entitlements directly from government officials. This latest disbursement is part of ongoing efforts by the Lagos State government to fulfill its obligations under the contributory pension scheme. It also reflects the administration's broader focus on ensuring that retired public servants are rewarded for their years of dedicated service with dignity and prompt financial support. The communications sector has generated over 500,000 jobs, significantly improved connectivity, and contributed to national economic growth, according to the Nigeria Communications Commission, NCC. The regulator highlighted these achievements as evidence of the sector's vital role in transforming the Nigerian economy. However, despite this progress, the NCC has raised concerns about a growing shortage of skilled manpower across the telecom value chain. This skills gap, it warned, could reverse the gains recorded over the last 2 decades if not urgently addressed. The sector requires talent in areas such as network engineering, cybersecurity, data science, and emerging technologies like 5G and AI. Speaking at the Stakeholders Consultative Forum on Skill Gaps in the Telecom Value Chain, the Executive Vice Chairman, CEO of NCC, Dr. Aminu Maida, emphasized the need for collaborative efforts between government, industry players, and academic institutions to develop a sustainable talent pipeline. He called for targeted training, curriculum updates, and investment in digital education to close the gap. You are listening to World News on SOUQ News Television. More after this break.
industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Welcome back. Ghana's economy grew by 6.3% year-on-year in the second quarter of 2025, according to the Ghana Statistical Service. The growth marks an acceleration from 5.7% recorded in the same period last year and reflects the country's ongoing recovery from its worst economic crisis in decades. Government statistician Al-Hassan Idrisu highlighted that the services sector was the primary driver, contributing 4 percentage points to the overall figure. The services sector, which includes finance, insurance, trade and education, surged by 9.9% in the quarter, a sharp jump from just 2% growth in the prior year. Non-oil gross domestic product rose by 7.8%, while the agriculture sector expanded modestly and oil-related activity contracted. The data signals strong underlying momentum outside the petroleum sector. Ghana's inflation rate also declined to 11.5% in August, its lowest since October 2021, bolstering investor confidence and aligning closely with the Finance Ministry's 11.9% year-end target. The upbeat economic performance strengthens Ghana's fiscal outlook and could create space for policy adjustments to support sustained and inclusive growth. Egypt's annual urban consumer price inflation eased to 12% in August, down from 13.9% in July, according to new data from the Central Agency for Public Mobilization and Statistics. This slowdown surprised analysts who had forecast a more modest drop to 12.7%, continuing the country's steady disinflation trend since late 2023. The decline follows decisive monetary action, including a significant 200 basis point interest rate cut by the Central Bank of Egypt in late August, its third reduction this year. Analysts attribute the easing inflation to fiscal reforms and stabilizing food prices, supported by an International Monetary Fund agreement secured in March worth $8 billion United States dollars. With inflation now far below its peak of 30% in September 2023, Egyptian authorities appear to be regaining control over price pressures. The improved economic outlook may pave the way for further rate cuts or targeted stimulus, while boosting consumer confidence and private sector planning. India's cabinet is set to review a proposed relief package aimed at exporters impacted by recent 50% tariffs imposed by the United States. The plan, developed by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, includes collateral-free loans and subsidized interest rates to ease liquidity pressure. Funding will come from the 22.5 billion rupees earmarked in February for export promotion. The U.S. remains India's top export market, but the steep tariffs enacted over trade barriers and oil imports from Russia have made Indian goods less competitive. Sectors like textiles and jewelry are expected to suffer the most. Exporters have reported losses of up to 30% in U.S. shipments and are pushing for currency conversion relief and shared tariff burden. In addition, the ministry is exploring new export markets in Africa and Latin America. Support for diversification may include assistance with branding, packaging, warehousing, and compliance to cushion long-term impacts and reduce reliance on the U.S. market. Indonesia will inject 200 trillion rupiah, equivalent to 12 billion United States dollars, into its economy as part of a new fiscal stimulus aimed at boosting domestic growth. The announcement was made by newly appointed Finance Minister Probaya Yudi Sadewa during a parliamentary hearing on Wednesday. The government plans to redirect a portion of the 400 trillion rupiah in idle reserves currently held at the central bank. These funds will be reintroduced into the financial system, primarily through placements in state-owned banks to encourage increased lending and business activity. The stimulus comes as Indonesia seeks to maintain economic momentum amid slowing global demand and tighter financial conditions. Authorities expect the liquidity boost to support credit expansion, spur investment, and stabilize economic growth in Southeast Asia's largest economy. Germany has seen a notable surge in imports from China, rising by 10.5% to over 97 billion euros in the first 7 months of 2025, driven by redirected Chinese exports following aggressive United States tariffs. This growth, more than double the overall import increase of 4.9%, is concentrated in sectors such as copper, apparel, toys, and sporting goods, according to a new report by the Institute for Employment Research based on German customs data. The shift in trade flows is largely attributed to a significant decline in Chinese shipments to the United States, which dropped by over 40% in value due to new tariffs. Analysts believe Chinese manufacturers are now turning to European markets to absorb the excess supply, offering German consumers lower prices on imported goods and helping retailers manage costs. While this inflow brings short-term benefits for consumers and non-critical industries, researchers caution that intensified price competition from lower-cost Chinese producers may pressure German manufacturers in the long run. Though there is no widespread flooding of Chinese goods yet, economists say continued trade diversion could reshape Europe's industrial landscape. France and Germany are steering the European Union toward a fresh round of sanctions on Russian oil majors, a move that could accelerate the region's shift to more sustainable energy sources. By proposing to directly restrict major oil exporters, Europe aims not only to cut Moscow's revenue, but also reinforce its commitment to reducing dependence on fossil fuels from politically unstable regions. Officials explain that targeting oil companies represents a strategic step that may reshape Europe's energy landscape. The measures, they argue, would encourage greater investment in renewable energy, boost energy security, and stimulate innovation in clean energy across member states. With the continent already advancing green transition policies, sanctions are seen as an opportunity to strengthen resilience while reducing carbon reliance. Analysts note that the decision could mark a turning point for Europe's long-term economic development by linking energy security with climate goals. The region has the chance to transform external pressures into momentum for sustainable growth. The proposals, if adopted, will reinforce the European Union's position as a global leader in clean energy transition and sustainable policy reform. Canada's money markets are showing renewed signs of strain as the Bank of Canada winds down its quantitative tightening program. The Canadian overnight repo rate average, CORA, has traded 5 basis points above the central bank's policy rate for much of September, the widest gap since January. Analysts warn that if this trend continues, the central bank may need to step in to stabilize short-term funding conditions. The repo market, a key source of liquidity for banks and financial institutions, often signals underlying stress when rates move significantly above the policy benchmark. Market participants say the spread reflects tightening liquidity as the Bank of Canada reduces its balance sheet, making fewer government securities available for borrowing. Observers believe that while the central bank is committed to normalizing policy, it may still deploy targeted tools to improve market functioning. Any intervention would aim to preserve stability in Canada's financial system while ensuring the transition of monetary policy remains effective. We'll go on another break. When we come back, more on world news on SOUQ News Television.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 25 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practiced for some classical concert. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that the people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Welcome back. United States President Donald Trump and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi expressed optimism about renewing trade negotiations after weeks of diplomatic tension. Trump announced plans to speak with Modi in the coming weeks, signaling a potential breakthrough in addressing trade barriers that have strained relations, including recent tariff hikes on Indian imports. Modi echoed the positive tone, calling the two countries close friends and natural partners, and expressing eagerness to work together for a prosperous future. Despite earlier friction over India's oil purchases from Russia and accusations from the United States, both leaders are pushing to finalize a trade deal. Indian equity markets responded positively, rising 0.5% following their statements. Trade officials from both countries are expected to resume in-person talks soon, aiming to overcome previous obstacles and revitalize economic cooperation. The bilateral trade relationship remains significant, with two-way goods trade reaching $129 billion in 2024 and a United States trade deficit of $45.8 billion. While the social media exchanges signal renewed goodwill, experts caution that a swift resolution is not guaranteed and await concrete progress in upcoming negotiations. The United States President Donald Trump has called on the European Union to introduce coordinated tariffs on China and India, aiming to strengthen global efforts to reduce economic support for Russia. The proposed tariffs, potentially up to 100%, are designed to encourage alignment on sanctions and reduce Russia's energy export revenues. The move signals a shift towards deeper trade cooperation between the United States and the European Union, as both sides explore strategies to influence geopolitical outcomes through economic tools. According to officials, the White House indicated willingness to match the EU action with parallel tariffs, reinforcing a unified stance on global security and trade stability. While the proposal marks a bold diplomatic step, it also opens doors for constructive negotiations. President Trump emphasized that the United States is prepared to enhance trade relations with India and continue addressing trade barriers in collaboration with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, highlighting a dual-track approach of pressure and partnership. The United States dollar remained stable on Wednesday as investors looked ahead to upcoming inflation data expected to shape the Federal Reserve's policy direction. With signs of cooling in the job market, analysts anticipate a measured rate cut to support economic momentum while maintaining investor confidence in long-term stability. Despite global tensions, financial markets have shown resilience. Equities remain strong, and the dollar continues to attract steady demand, supported by the currency's safe haven appeal. The Swiss franc also gained slightly, reflecting cautious optimism amid international developments. Looking forward, upcoming inflation reports and positive signals from global trade talks could pave the way for balanced monetary easing. Market analysts highlight the Fed's opportunity to reinforce stability and growth, ensuring that policy shifts are aligned with broader economic recovery goals heading into 2026. Global stock markets showed gains on Wednesday as investors prepared for critical inflation data from the United States. European shares climbed 0.5%, driven by strong performances from companies like Inditex and Novo Nordisk. Asian markets followed suit, with Japan's Nikkei rising 0.9% and Hong Kong's Hang Seng increasing by over 1%, reflecting growing investor confidence despite geopolitical tension in the Middle East and Eastern Europe. The key focus remains on upcoming producer and consumer inflation reports, which will influence the Federal Reserve's next policy decision. Markets widely expect a rate cut next week to support economic growth, with some investors even anticipating a larger reduction. This sentiment follows recent weak employment data, which has increased expectations for monetary easing. Meanwhile, the European Central Bank is expected to keep interest rates steady due to stable inflation levels and historically low unemployment across the Eurozone. Analysts view this as a sign of cautious optimism for economic recovery in the region, balancing inflation control with support for growth. Nigeria's chances of qualifying for the 2026 FIFA World Cup suffered a major blow after the Super Eagles were held to a 1-1 draw by Group C leaders South Africa at the Free State Stadium in Bellefontaine on Tuesday. Heading into the crucial qualifier, Nigeria needed a win to revive their struggling campaign, but the draw leaves them with slim hopes of making it to the global showpiece in North America next summer. The Super Eagles, who have participated in 6 previous World Cups, were under pressure to deliver a positive result to stay in contention. South Africa, on the other hand, entered the match aiming to consolidate their position at the top of the group and managed to do just that, maintaining their points advantage over their rivals. The result keeps them in the driving seat for World Cup qualification, while Nigeria now faces a difficult path ahead. With only a few matches left in the qualifying series, the pressure is mounting on Nigeria to turn their campaign around before it's too late. Galatasaray head coach Okan Buruk has confirmed the club made an attempt to sign Nigerian forward Ademola Lookman on loan during the summer transfer window. The Turkish champions were actively looking to bolster their attacking options for their upcoming European campaign and identified Lookman, currently playing for Italian side Atalanta, as a key target. Despite their strong interest, Galatasaray's efforts were rebuffed by Atalanta, who made it clear they had no intention of allowing the 27-year-old to leave on a loan deal. Speaking to Turkish media, Buruk acknowledged the club's failed pursuit and expressed disappointment over Atalanta's firm stance. With the transfer window closed across most of Europe as of September 1, Lookman's future remains uncertain. However, there is still a possibility for a move to Turkey, as the country's transfer window remains open until September 12. Galatasaray are reportedly still monitoring the situation, hopeful that negotiations could be revived in time to finalize a late move for the Nigerian international. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here is a recap of today's stories. The federal government of Nigeria has announced a new policy reserving all road projects valued below 20 billion naira. The Tinubu administration has introduced reforms to reduce the tax burden on Nigerians. Ghana's economy grew by 6.3% year-on-year in the second quarter of 2025, according to the Ghana Statistical Service. India's cabinet is set to review a proposed relief package aimed at exporters impacted by recent 50% tariffs imposed by the United States. Nigeria's chances of qualifying for the 2026 FIFA World Cup suffered a major blow after the Super Eagles were held to a 1-1 draw. Many thanks for watching. This is SOUQ News Television. Do well to follow us on all our social platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Good afternoon.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folktales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikan, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like, we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Yes, it's a beautiful day. It's a fantastic day. It's an awesome day. And we are super, super excited. Guess what? It is the Femi Walsh Prestige Partnership that is being flagged off right here at the Federal Palace Hotel. Oh my God.
That thing sums awesomeness. We're being at a place where every conversation about Nigeria's independence happened. And then also thinking about royalty, you know, things that make us feel like we're kings and queens when we come into this place. I mean, I'm overseas at this point.
You know, talk about the scenery, the ambience, the rooms. This hotel is actually really, really good. And the fact that Femi Walsh is partnering with Federal Palace Hotel doesn't just give me the chills, like it makes me happy. Happy.
We're going to be having exclusive events, coverage, and we're going to bring in our expertise to come and give them that edge amongst...
That finesse.
Taking the brand globally through our media. My God. It's not something you want to miss out on this journey that I just started. We're going places, sis.
The Federal Palace Hotel was established in 1960 and constructed by the A.G. Leventis Group. Perhaps one of the most notable thoughts about Federal Palace is that it was used as the venue for independence celebration of Nigeria in 1960. Over the years, the Federal Palace has now become a world-class ultra-modern facility with a touch of elegance. The hotel, which has been recognized nationally and internationally, has become a tourist attraction for many. Perhaps this is the reason Femi Walsh Group decided to partner with the Federal Palace by supporting the hotel with resources and equipment for coverage of all the hotel's events. The president and CEO of Femi Walsh Group, Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, accompanied by the vice president, Idahosa Osamanze, paid a visit to the hotel during the exhibition of the popular Iriri Arts Gallery. was a day of joy for each of the artists to see that the president of Femi Walsh Group was actually fascinated by their art pieces. Coordinator of the Arts Gallery also expressed his enthusiasm and joy, highlighting the exciting prospects and opportunities arising from the partnership.
Thank you so much, SOUQ TV, for coming over. It is about celebrating art and creativity. We themed it Luxury and Legacies exhibition. Luxury, as we all know, art is luxury, and the legacies that are left behind by artists are their crafts. So that is why we themed it Luxuries and Legacies exhibition.
Ambassador Victor Walsh encouraged the artists while commending their creativity. The general manager, Herman Britt, was excited that the collaboration between Femi Walsh Group and the Federal Palace Hotel exchanged pleasantries with the president and told SOUQ News TV about his joy.
The energy is fantastic, and the support that you've given us is absolutely superb. So, yeah, watch this space, and your support is valued, and I love the partnership that you guys give us. So, looking forward to the journey with you guys.
Other members of the senior management of Federal Palace who were on hand to receive the ambassador and members of the Femi Walsh team include Temitope Ifiodun, HR Manager, Billy Uguechi, Events and Banqueting Manager, Chef Chris Onyanu, the Executive Chef of Federal Palace, Oluwatoyin Sulaiman, Housekeeping Manager, Dr. Arogundade, Digital Sales Executive. Each of this senior management staff shared their feelings about the collaboration.
We're actually so excited about this partnership with SOUQ News. It's going to, be beneficial for both Federal Palace Hotel and SOUQ News. And we know that all our new offerings will be extended to the larger world. We are actually doing things differently now. Federal Palace is actually doing a lot of things differently now. Our staff are ready to give the best of the best services to our guests.
To cover our events and take care of Federal Palace in terms of media and all that.
The Femi Walsh Group, consisting of all the different subsidiaries like SOUQ News TV, the ALFM, Novacraft, and the machinery, look forward to doing great things with Federal Palace Hotel as we kick off the Prestige Partnership.
We're going places, and yes, with Femi Walsh Prestige Partnership, what we want to do is make sure that we're giving the clients of Federal Palace the best of the best of the very best in terms of coverage, streaming, videography, photography. So if you have a wedding ceremony coming up, you got the birthday party coming up, whatever you have coming up, all you gotta do is make sure you contact Femi Walsh, because we give you the best of the best, the best of the very, very best.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Keep watching.
My name is Uyai. I'm a textured artist, and keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Alexander Beja, and keep watching SOUQ News.
Karim Joseph Aramide is my name. I'm a visual artist, and I'm going to tell you this: keep watching SOUQ.
Hello, I'm Billy Macaulay Oguchi of Federal Palace Hotel. I'm the Banqueting and Events Manager. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I'm Temitope Ifidon, HR Manager of Federal Palace Hotel. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Thank you, guys.
Federal Palace.
See you soon.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Walsh Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Balinde, and in fact we had it. We didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse. That's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalinde, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were our brothers' keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them, we still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. You know, we help out. Because, I mean, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, you know, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Yeah. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published. And I liked it, okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some who call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know. They would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akinbodilon. Now, Akinbodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randall Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akinbodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akinbodilon. So I did a program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay, so while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no, he just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, you know, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, you know, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago, you know, but I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then, okay? Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the times you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the new stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. I mean, people are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, you talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feeling important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay, so that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%, blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the banks than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still going. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring and you know, the governor of Central Bank will come shaking it, you know, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them. And you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, you know, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So what, I mean, look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You know? I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it with people who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde